cannibal corpse. We can all have huge necks like corpse grinder.
What a great start to hitting that record button. Just hearing, oh, cannibals and all this kind of stuff right off the bat.
I'm sorry, I'm just telling you I crave flesh now.
Interesting. Okay, so. Alright, so here's what kind of went down the last session. At the very beginning, you took a moment to assess your health, and you kind of quickly became clear that most of you were running on fumes, half health or less. You cast some healing spells of Cure Wounds, Healing Word, just to get yourself back into fighting shape before the inevitable. As you kind of heard footsteps from the guards in the area approaching, it was clear that you needed to act fast, so you decided to fall back and find a safer spot. Weighing options, likely hiding or creating distractions. Eventually, you stumbled upon the chamber where the air monolith was, and you could hear the guards still searching for you, kind of running towards you. You then found a crack in the wall leading to another area, so you squeezed through and continued on. After a brief discussion, you decided to kind of use illusionary magic to distract them or to mislead your pursuers. But in the end, things took a more direct turn as you guys were kind of hidden and tried to jump an ambush. These guards, you engaged them with the head on. The battle was kind of a brutal battle, and several of you kind of went down during the fight. And in one critical moment, 2 of you even fell. But thanks to the use of diamonds for Revivify, you were able to bring them back to the land of the living. After the battle, you looted the bodies of the fallen foes and found a few magical items, including a +1 shield and crossbows, and then a armor that I believe Spleef put on. You all kind of realized the need for kind of a long rest, but with the guards still on the lookout, you don't really have time to do that. So instead, you took kind of like a short little rest and healed yourself up with hit points and everything. So that's kind of where we last left off. You're just kind of after that battle, taking a little breather to get some food. You can still hear some guards and all that kind of stuff looking for you, but they haven't gone down the not chamber, I should say, the cavern path area that you guys have gone down. But that is where you're at right now. So what are you doing in this moment? We can say for them not being here, yeah, they took down a different path. Yeah, who knows? If they never show up on sessions anymore, then they most likely didn't make it. Yep, in the yellow closet. Yeah, it was about 10 feet. Yeah. Um, if memory serves, it was about you were in like a small kind of like little opening area. So this section was, I believe, 30, 30 feet wide. I could go back to the map real quick to give you kind of more of a direct spacing. It was about a 20-foot wide with the kind of the it goes into like more of a walking path that is only about a 5 foot wide, so it's a side by side or walking. It's just like in this moment you're in a more wider area portion of it. Yeah. it wasn't a dead end. You still could move forward, or you could have head back more. So, heading backwards, are you gonna be trying to be more stealthy, or are you just doing it non-casual?
Absolutely.
So I need everybody to roll a stealth check for me. This is a group stealth roll. Have advantage on being invisible. Yes. So all of you feel really pretty good being stealthy and making your way through and everything. Quick. Feel very confident in your stealthing. So as you're walking through this cavern and everything, it is very much a wild, wavy. There's multiple branches that you're taking and everything, kind of going more of a downwards direction, following the advice of that figure from last session, of going into the more darker depths, which leads you to a point where, as you kind of round a bend in this cavern, you come upon a secluded frozen lake. The surface of the lake kind of shimmers under the dim light. Its icy reflections, ghostly images of the cavern walls scattered along the icy shore. You can half buried in the layer of snow and frost lies kind of like a fragments of what looks to be some kind of scale. One shard looks is larger and more jagged than the rest. That draws your attention. Its edges intermittently crackle with an energy of some kind, and you can almost feel the remnants of a magical pulse within the chilling air. But that is what you kind of. It, it doesn't look completely frozen. It just looks like it's buried under the snow and ice. So you could easily probably break it out.
This magical feeling? Like, is it like something I felt before, or is it like just completely new?
You can make an Arcana check for me.
I'll I'll help him.
Okay.
So roll with advantage.
Yes.
4, so 20.
Okay. So with a 27, uh, it is definitely magic that you haven't felt before. It's different, but you recall reading some books and all this kind of stuff, and you can feel that this what was described in those books is this is a ancient kind of dragon magic that pulses in the air. So it is very draconic in that nature.
Definitely close.
Shit, and if there's a thin layer of ice you're saying was on there, just use.
Tail to poke it. tail was tapped to Tabaxi?
See, I'm a bugbear.
Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ, that's right.
That was Tabby the Cabbie. Okay. So easy enough. You shatter. Upon looking at it closer, you can see that this scale is broken. It is not exactly from what the vision of the individuals showed you guys. It looks similar, but that scale is a lot larger than that. Okay, so you kind of gently lift the immense shard from its icy resting place. As your eyes adjust to its glow, you see delicate, almost um, hypnotic carvings that dance upon its surface. Patterns that shift and swirl as if it's alive. Um, an inscription worn away by time. You can kind of see that it whispers of great calamity that shattered this relic, shattering Io's divine essence like fragments of a once mighty mirror. So as you kind of carefully run your fingers over the like jagged edges of the scattered scale, you notice how its surface shimmers with an inner light, kind of fading inscriptions, too worn to decipher fully, seem to kind of speak both of great power and unspeakable cost. What languages do you know? So those languages you kind of get the that general speaking thing, but these little phrases you that are half erased by time, you cannot read them. The air around the scale kind of crackles with energy, as if it is eager to reveal its secrets or something. It's eager to reveal something. So you kind of open up your mind to connect with this uh, scale of some kind. Um, you hear in your mind a deep echoing tone reminiscent of kind of like a long forgotten chant or a whisper of something. And it says, the scale was once whole, a piece of Io's infinite form. It's shattered in an ancient battle, its fragments scattered to the far reaches of the world. Some say the fragments can be forged to awaken Io's true might. Others whisper that they should remain broken, for the power contained within them is too great for mortal hands. That's kind of it. Just like hits you all of a sudden with like connecting to it, but then after that, it just stops. What languages do you know? This is for the inscription that's on the kind of the scales. You can't read it either. Yeah, you can't read it either. What languages do you know? You don't know anything on this one either.
If only we had our dragon here.
I know Infernal.
Uh, you do not know either. I will say, because Mock was planning on coming on this thing, he would probably be in the group with you. So he does know the language. So he will read out to you guys. He would read out to you guys that one phrase that's half erased. It says, "Bind not what is broken, for in its fractured lies the seed of both rebirth and ruin. The air around the scale crackles with energy as if it is eager." Oh, I already read that to you guys. But yeah, that's what it says. Rebirth and ruin. You go. Okay, make a strength check for me. Yeah, and
Okay.
so you go to bite this scale, this broken scale, and you start hearing cracking, and then you go to just squeeze because you're like, I got this. You cracked your teeth. It is too strong for you to break with your mouth. Okay. So you crack 17 of your teeth. And you get a little and you take 3 points of cold damage as just the chill kind of hits you. But that is kind of with the scales that you're looking for. You can also, like I said, this is a smaller lake that is frozen over. So you can look around a little bit more here if you want, or continue on. You guys to make a perception or investigation if you tell me what you're specifically kind of looking at or anything like that. Okay. Investigation for me. So 28 on perception from Spleef.
18 on investigation.
Okay, so with your investigation checks, you're looking around. You can see a lot of like other pieces of scales that are like very small fragments of stuff. That none of those match with the one in your hands currently. Like none of them would piece together. Spleef, on the other hand, you kind of as you kind of step out onto the frozen lake, uh, a kind of deep, unnatural stillness kind of blankets the air around you. The ice beneath your feet is almost like it's impossibly clear and flawlessly plain of blue tinted glass almost. That kind of stretches into the abyss below. At first, it seems like there was nothing more than an endless void of frozen darkness, but as your kind of eyes adjusted, shadows kind of twist beneath the surface. Uh, Distant shapes lurking just beyond clarity. The cold here kind of bites deeper than before when you were walking here. Not just on your skin, but in your very bones, as if something within the lake itself is leaching warmth from the air. A faint glimmer, no, a presence kind of rests far below the ice, obscured by layers of frost and time. It does not shine like a reflection, nor does it move like the water that once flowed here. Instead, it looms vast and unmoving, its silhouette blurred but undeniably jagged, but undeniable. Jagged fissures kind of stretch outwards from this hidden form, like frozen lightning trapped in a glacier, as though the ice itself is recoiling from whatever lies beneath. The deeper you stare, the more the shadow seems to shift and shift, a trick of dim cavern light playing against the frost. For a fleeting moment, the stillness is broken, just the barest ripple across the ice, as if something far below had exhaled.
Even down here. Stuck in the warmth. If you come look, there are fissures and you can feel the air being sucked of all warmth. Good thing I just lost 17 bones, or I'd feel it a lot more than I am right now.
We're about to be fighting.
We might not have a choice.
So we should be extra careful around here. Healed. Should we just keep moving forward? Yeah.
All right. So, as you're looking around with also that passive and the investigations, you do see that there are about 4 paths that you can take around in this area. There's one on the left, one on the right, and then kind of 2 in the more central locations, which you don't know if they'll lead to the same location or somewhere else. Which kind of path do you wish to take?
I shall be right back real quick, actually. I guess gotta go use the restroom. But I think we should roll on it, maybe. Decide on numbers.
I was gonna say I got a D4 loaded up.
Date decide. But be right back.
Okay, so which one are you assigning to which?
So I was just thinking left to right, 1 through 4.
Okay. So then you can roll whenever you feel like it. All right, so you kind of navigate through the tunnels and all that kind of stuff. As you navigate the winding tunnels, it's probably about a couple hours goes by of you going through these tunnels before something kind of peculiar happens. A gust of wind rushes past all of you, but it doesn't feel natural. It doesn't come from behind you nor from the caverns ahead. Instead, it seemed to slip through the very stone itself, carrying with a distant, reverberating whisper, words too faint to understand, the draft itself is icy, kind of unnaturally so, and it lingers for a moment before vanishing, as if it's kind of urging you to follow. So you kind of reach towards the wall, and it's solid wall. Even going around the room itself, it looks to be solid wall. You can make a perception or an investigation. So with a 14, you can see that there's a kind of a hairline crack in the cavern wall where the draft is the strongest. And it
Cannot
look
see anything.
yeah, it looks like it could open up. Just peeking through it through the crack and everything, it does look like it is like another chamber or another tunnel that you can walk by. You also do note that around this crack there seems to be some stones that look oddly placed, like particularly placed in a location. Looking around, it doesn't appear like there's no spots that are missing a stone. Uh, if you like kind of like touch it, like strike it a little bit, you can kind of hear one of it just like doesn't echo, like a vibration echo type thing, and then it gives off some magical energy, but then subsides. So if you like tap all of them, they all give off a different kind of resonance. There's nothing that feels like warm or anything. It's almost kind of like a tuning fork. Some of them get kind of like a lower tone, and then others get like a little higher pitch. So you kind of tap them into the lowest, highest pitching sounds. Nothing appears to happen. Sorry, say that again. Okay. So, so you do that as part of the crack opens up, and you can see a very odd, very oddly smooth stone that's just sitting there. And around the rocks, like on the ground itself around you, it looks completely different. It's a very smooth stone. So you pick it up, and as you touch it, it vibrates faintly. It doesn't look like it would fit with the scale at all. You can, looking at it and everything, kind of give it a night, like with the similar of the other rocks that you were just clicking on. You give it a little lightly of a flick, and you can feel like the sound from the flick. It like echoes unnaturally, as if it's balancing through an unseen hollowed space. You can make an Arcana check, a survival check, or anything like that if you wish. All right, so with a 20 on Arcana, you you can tell that this stone is it's a stone that is attuned to a hidden pathway. So it's a piece of forgotten magic meant to guide seekers to whatever this stone is tied to. And how it works is when you strike it, you have to listen for where the echo is the strongest, where that's coming from. You follow that path. So you're going back into the ice lake chamber. So you flick the stone. I need you to make a perception for me, relying on your hearing. Whack. 24? Okay. So with the 24, you hear a faint, like, it echoes in all directions. It's just the one on the far right. The echo is slightly louder than the rest. Lead the way every now and then when you get to like a couple forks in the roads and different paths. You flick the stone and follow the louder echo, which eventually kind of leads you to a tunnel that seems to be going on forever. And you walk down, and then at about in 2 3 hours of walking, you give it another flick, and it doesn't seem to be going ahead of you anymore, but it seems to turn to the left of the wall, and it seems to echo louder through that wall. Checking knock. Mock speaks up. It's like, I can cast silence. So you see Mock casts silence on the area, so it's a 20-foot radius. You're in a big dome that you guys can't hear each other speak or anything like that, and any spells that cost a verbal or schematic verbal talking cannot be cast currently. Okay, roll a strength check for me. Does guidance require a verbal component? So with a 14, you start breaking in this wall. You can see pieces of it snapping and breaking off. Um, it takes a little bit longer, but you do manage to break through, and it is opens up into a kind of a chamber almost. And you can kind of see like in the right side a little bit. You see a skeletal body that is his hands, if it still had this skin and all that kind of stuff on it, the muscle. You see it holding onto like a ripped piece of some kind of parchment. And beyond there, you can see a path leading forward. Looking at the parchment, it's kind of a partially burned and a little bit of water damage on it as well, just from the sheer cold vicinity that you are in. It still is readable. You what it says on there is, "I hear it now. The halls do not sleep. The wind call to those who listen, beckon them towards the old sanctum. The path is lost to time, but the echoes remain. Seek the threshold where sound does not fade, where stone itself hums with the voice of the past." Yeah. You could walk out of the silence, walking a little bit forward, or you could tap Mock and be like, drop the silence. So did you get the passage? Go back to it real quick. Put it in Discord. But continue with kind of like if you guys were discussing anything. Make a perception roll for me. With an 18, you can hear there are very, very faint, kind of like armored footsteps walking down in that, just talking in that big chamber that you were before. You can hear them going through there, rummaging, picking up some of the stuff, and being like, there were some footsteps here. They've gone into this direction. You don't know what direction they're talking about, but people are still looking for you. So, as as you push deeper into the cavern, the hollowing wind seems to kind of fade, and it's replaced by an eerie stillness. The jagged ice and stone walls eventually give away to something unnatural. Not the chaotic formation of a cave, but smooth, delicate stonework, worn by time yet still intact. The air is heavy here, not just with the cold, but with something older, something that lingers beyond sight. Before you stands a colossal archway. It's once pristine marble, now cracked and webbed with frost. The stone is carved with a serpentine figures, their elongated forms twisting and curling like the curtains of an unseen tide. At the apex, at the arch's apex, a worn reflection of a dragon's eye stares down, its gaze seemingly following you as you approach. Faint etched into the surrounding walls beneath layers of ice are lines of text. The letters rough and kind of uneven, as if they were carved in a desperate hand. Some of the words kind of still remain clear, their meaning uncertain because you don't know what it is saying. It is in Draconic. Yeah. With comprehending languages, with you, Spleef, uh, you see a total of like kind of four passages that are very easy to read. One of them says, "Only the lost may find passage. The echoes remember, do not speak falsely. The breath of the firstborn still lingers here. What was sealed must not awaken unless the world is ready." Those are kind of like your four little passages there. And near the base of the arch, the stone floor is kind of fractured, revealing a deep crevasse from which a faint, almost melodic hum kind of emulates. The sound is barely audible, less like music and more like a voice just out of reach, whispering words you can't quite understand. And then beyond the archway, darkness stretches kind of inward, swallowing whatever light dares enter. The air beyond is different, just as cold, but except as if something knows you are there. But with those passages, those are what you read with those passages. It feels like as if something knows you're there. Yes, all of you get this feeling, especially from when that eye above the arch is just like it was following you as you approached. You cast see invisibility. The only thing that you can see is where the going back a little bit and looking at the apex of the arch, that dragon's eye, it looks to be like an arcane eye that's like permanently affixed to that eye. So you can see an arcane eye that is just watching you. And make a perception roll for me. I'd say with advantage. Okay, so with a 24, looking at that eye and then kind of looking around the chamber itself, it doesn't go until you look at Luca, as you then see next to him, it's kind of like hidden behind some stone and rocks, and that's why the perception check was needed. But you do see another arcane eye that's kind of fixed on Luca. So as you move, the eye follows you, and it seems to be limited to like it's 20 feet away from you, but you moving forward, it stays within that 20 feet. So Renrax, right? Or Relcath. Make an Arcana check for me. You can't see the eye, so no. So with a 12, you, I will give you this. It is not tied. The magic from the dragon eye is in like a different colored hue than that eye. So those are not connected. That eye kind of has more of a purplish, greenish energy to it. Anyone in the area, I would say Conlin and Luca, make a just a wisdom or trying to recall memory of. So roll a d20 for me and add your. I guess we'll do history for this. History or insight to see if you can kind of recall that. Okay, both of you recall back to when you were at the outpost and the one individual that you would know as Nocturna's right hand person had that same coloration, that same purple and greenish colorization. So you could gather that that scrying eye is that individual looking at you. Yes, because he's the only one that has see invisibility on. He telepathically tells you where it is. Give me a moment while I pull this up. I mean, certainly can. My spells. One way to find out. To clarify, sorry, it's within 10 feet of him, not 20 feet. It's about the size of his fist. So you kind of like Eldritch Blast it, and nothing happens. And I will say, with you looking at the scrying eye, it's not like directly looking at him specifically. It's more of something that's on his person is like the main focal point of it. But it's so she can see around the individual. It's a smarter way. You can gather that it's a smarter way of using arcane eye. It's not tied to the person. It's tied to an object on him. So there was no save needed for it. So you didn't have to save. But it does limit the view a bit more. So it's harder for them to see. But you don't know how observant she is. Thunderstruck. Guys, just continuing on, or what's your plan? Mark off that spell, and as you cast that on Luca, it creates like a dome around him. for a brief moment of casting of the spell, as Relcath, you see the arcane eye vanish.
They know exactly where we're at.
Yeah, but they don't know what's further up east.
Exactly. And if we get going right now, then they'll only know the last location we were at.
So we're just gonna push forward.
Don't see any other option
No other
besides
direction
going.
we can go.
Yeah, unless you want to fight the other guys behind us.
I know I don't. Yeah, I'm not in the mood to get fireballed again.
Onward!
Okay. Going onward down into this area, you can see with Spleef, with you and your comprehend languages spell up, on one of these sides of the entrances of like this archway and everything, it says it's kind of like a, I'm trying to think of like the word, it's like a, basically it's a title of the area. It's called the Echoing Halls is what it says in like a platform 3/4 and whatever. Something like that, similar to that. Yeah, like those, but so it's called the Echoing Halls. To like dust make the snow. I mean, it'll make it harder probably to find them, but they would still be there. It's more like you're trying to cover your things. But yes, you can.
So I was just thinking with tremors, it would just shake it to where it just fills in what our footsteps would have been.
Yeah, I'll allow it. It'll be there to cover your tracks a little bit. So walking down these corridors, eventually you kind of see multiple like doors that you can like open up and go into. Um, are you gonna check any of those doors, or are you just still gonna continue forward? Yeah, there's doors. You're now in more of a that archway opens up, and it's more of a stonework type of area. It's not in an open cavern anymore.
Still have people trailing us.
Do any of the doors seem to be giving off noise?
It seems very silent. No noise really coming from any of them. There's some that are like the doors kind of broken and opened up into, and those ones you can kind of like peek into, just still walking. But there's others that are like actual closed and they're somewhat functional from appearance standpoint.
Any of them seem worth investigating?
Roll
Based
a
off just walking by and like quickly glancing in, do any of them like catch my eye?
yeah, roll a perception roll for me. No, unless if you want to do what Luca's doing, just making a perception roll to see if any of them are interesting to you. All right, so two things kind of stand out to you. One of them, you can kind of see like these are one of the ones that are kind of broken and open a little bit. You can see in the center of like this chamber, there's an embedded like stone pedestal within kind of like this temple that you're in. Uh, there's like a sigil that lies within the room, and the room is filled with like dragon statues. And then the other one that seems to pique Luca, your eyes. Well, like technically it's both of your eyes. You see kind of a hidden kind of like alcove that was behind a wall of ice, and in there you can kind of see like it's kind of a long kind of like a forgotten chamber of some kind, and that one also kind of piqued your interest as well. So to clarify, Rokath, the broken scale that you have was not the one that the individual showed you in the visions. That one was a complete scale and looked a bit different. Yeah, you still have to find that. Okay.
I'd like to place it on there.
Okay. So you go in and you place the stone on
I
the
guess I'd
pedestal.
kind of put it on the sigil if it's on top or wherever it seemed that it would make the most sense to
Okay. All right. So walking in, I'll give you a little bit of a more description.
A little stone indent on the sigil.
So you kind of step into this dimly lit chamber within the temple. The air here is cool and heavy with kind of this ancient magic, and every kind of stone seems to whisper secrets of a bygone era. Statues of mighty dragons carved and extremely detailed line the walls with their stony eyes fixed in silent vigilance over the space. In the center of the room, atop of a worn stone pedestal, a kind of solitary sigil catches your eye, and then an empty uh, emblem socket perfectly etched into the surface that seems to also depict a dragon in mid-flight, and at its core is an empty uh, place that looks like the stone would be able to fit in there.
put the stone there.
Okay, you put the gemstone in there as it kind of pulses softly radiating a gentle, rhythmic light that kind of dances across the room. The atmosphere is changed with the kind of promise of kind of like a forgotten power and the legacy of an ancient oaths. It kind of is inviting you to uncover the secrets that lie within. So, with that, you stand before the stone pedestal. You kind of feel it kind of reach out. So, in that moment, you also feel it reach out to you as if it seeks to kind of bond with you. What do you do?
I will this.
Get in the way and see if he can. Is it reaching out to him, or is it just
It-
in the mind?
It's just in the mind. It's just a feeling that he's getting. You can just see him looking at it and a feeling. So there's nothing that's visually seeing for you.
Go ahead and just telepathically ask him what's going on.
Now, is it with me not resisting it? Is it like taking control, or is it just?
It's not. Yeah, it's not taking control of you or anything like that. It feels like it is giving you knowledge about something. And then that's when you also hear Relkath speak into your mind, and you can respond to him. So you get basically this knowledge kind of like imprinted of you of a couple things. One is you can see that it says the sigil of Ayu's chosen, only those with the blood of dragons may invoke its magic. The sigil binds the power of Ayu's essence to the bearer's soul, granting them dominion over the forces of air and ice. Use it wisely, for such power is fleeting, and the divine will not suffer a fool. Uh, you also get the knowledge of. Let me. Um, so you also get uh, a vision of a massive, gargantuan sized, kind of godlike entity, deity of a leviathan. As you can kind of see a scale that was shred off of this leviathan. During kind of a creation of the dragon-born kind of race, the dragonkind race. You can get a kind of vision of what the scale of Ioun is capable of. One of the things that it grants upon you is capability of communing with an ancient dragon is one of the things that it can give you. But there's also a negative side of the scale itself. It kind of, if you use the power, it can kind of make you try to make some kind of knowledge based save, or being overwhelmed of a vision of what you don't know of is like a dragon wars, but it talks about War of Dragons and all this kind of stuff, and that's where the scale first was given to the dragonborn races and all that kind of stuff to aid in their fight. And that's kind of what you get with the scent of that, as also the gemstone that you put in and everything. It kind of pops out and it flies kind of over to you, and this is where everybody can see this thing like pop out and go over to him, and it looks kind of like a sigil. And that's when it also kind of says using this will give you the ability to fly temporarily or glide in that kind of aspect. And then do you grab it or are you just waiting? So
Relcath would go ahead and reach out and go, "No, let me see what happens first." As you're reaching for it, Relcath would go ahead and try to grab it to put it in his pocket.
You can do that.
okay. So as Relcath, as your fingers kind of brush against its smooth, cold surface, you sense ancient power stirring beneath the draconic runes. Um, a near it kind of whispers of a legacy long past. The sigil of Ioun's chosen, only those of blood of the dragon's may invoke its magic. The sigil binds the power of Io's essence to the bearer's soul. This is what you now know. I know I've said this before, but it's going to now you know it. Granting them dominion over the forces of air and ice. It says, use it wisely, for such power is fleeting, and the divine will not suffer a fool. In that moment, you kind of feel the sigil reach out as if it seeks to bond with one whose heart echoes with the ancient call of dragonkind. It kind of offers a promise, a key to unlock the mysteries of the Scale of Ioun, but also serve as a silent reminder that powers must be earned and wielded with great care. The runes on the device or necklace type of thing kind of glow a little brighter, almost challenging you to prove your worth. But with that, do you then just put it in your pocket? Or are you trying to accept the challenge? Okay. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw for me with disadvantage. Okay.
That way the other groups doesn't see it. Oh, baby, let's go!
Okay, so a total
With
of.
disadvantage?
That's disadvantage. I got a 19 and a 19.
Okay, so which is a total of. Okay. So you reach inward to challenge this thing as you break through the first couple of magical kind of layers.
Oh,
You
that was me.
you get to like one portion of this where it forces you and it pushes you out of the thing as you hear You're not the one I seek. You were close, but you do not have the will it takes to guide the Dragon King. Or the dragon, like, race, basically, is what it's saying. Yeah, it's only Relkath that's hearing this as he's putting it away. No response. You get the sense, I will say, you were really close to forcing your way in, and it didn't like that. And you got the sense that it kind of read a little bit of your soul and didn't like what you do.
Fine, too.
Well, okay. Alright. So that's kind of what happened. Go ahead.
And to the party, I'd be like, doesn't seem like the stone is.
Alright. So, Rokath, roll a persuasion or deception. Don't tell us which, just tell us what you rolled. The number, the total. And then Conlin, tell us your total of your insight. What is your number? Well, Conlin?
Sorry, 18. 18.
18.
Oh, 18, I win.
Yes, because he rolled a 19 because of guidance. So, Rokath, what does he gleam from your saying on that? Because insight's not necessarily telling you you're lying or telling the truth necessarily. It's like your visual cues or if you're hiding something from him. Explain to Conlin what he sees with his insight.
So Conlin ends up seeing as he's kind of he notices that Relkath's kind of playing in his pocket a little too long, and that there is a smile when he says that the stone seems to not be as magical as it is. It seems as though he has a snicker, which he would normally hasn't seen Relkath do. So he could definitely tell something's up, but he's not quite sure what's going through his mind.
Yeah.
Could you give us a sample of the snickering? It's not like a sound. It's more like you see kind of like a little bit of a smile in the corner of his cheek. Relkath doesn't smile.
What is this?
Well, I'm going to start unwinding a little.
Oh.
And I'll be like, well, we'll find out. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just threatening to pass on truth. I'm going, it seems like that's a little more magical to me than what you're telling me, us. Now, I've never trusted you or your warlockness since we've met. You're only giving me more reasons, so you just own up and tell me. I won't have to do this.
Spell of Zone of Truth. Well, it means go ahead. I very much enjoy lying.
Do you cast?
Luca thinks in his head, I'm the only warlock that Conlin trusts.
Jokes.
Okay. So
And you got it. And Relcast would also state, Zone of Truth only states that I have to tell the truth. Doesn't mean I can't tell a truth that is still a lie.
So first of all,
Proclaims.
we need everybody to roll a save against Zone of Truth because it is a saving throw. And what's your?
Did you cast it?
Yeah. So
You're within 10 feet, so you got a 12 plus 3 to that.
Okay, so 12. I rolled a 1.
So anyone that fails, you can't tell a deliberate lie. Anyone that did succeed, you can lie as normal. It's just he knows you've succeeded.
Oh, you know the
So it's
paladin
a roll of charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 3.
A charisma save, okay. And it's 17.
17.
That's a 27.
That's a 30 for me. So you got 30.
So I'm the only one that can't lie, but I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
You're like, I can't believe he trusts me. Did I just say that out loud?
How do I know he trusts me?
But then go on with Conlon with what you were saying because you did ask him that and you did say it is magical. But you just now know he can lie. He did save against you.
More than one. Doesn't.
My brother? Yeah, technically he's not with
the
you.
four of us here. I don't know if anything else has happened during this time.
During this time, nope, nothing else has seemed to have happened or anything like that.
Okay.
Let's keep going forward. None of this useless fighting right now. Let's just move on, get the scale, and get the hell out of here. Can we agree? Okay, Conlin.
Quite so. I honestly surprised that he was going to pull a weapon on a potential ally. Does make it mildly concerning.
You did say potential, so are you thinking about him as a potential ally this whole time as well?
I mean, I'm here fighting the necromancer, am I not?
You are, but you're more here out of curiosity than being on our side, it seems like.
Seems as though everyone you guys are aside with tends to die.
Things change on almost daily basis. The depression to this to
Praise Vizra. And again, he just kind of just stares at you coldly.
Enough. Let's move forward.
Could you lead the way? I have a feeling the cleric wants to be in the back.
Okay.
I'll just start heading forward.
Alright. You continue on forward. What is the marching order? So we have Leaf in the front.
I'll be right behind Spleef.
Okay. Then where will be Luca and Conlin? Where are you two?
I'll be in between Spleef and Relcath.
Okay. So, as you're walking down, from the entrance, going deeper in, having that little conversation going on. You kind of hear some echoes kind of go around you of like different like voices and stuff whispering in your mind, kind of guiding you through this area. Um, as I will reveal that to all of you. Should be in the message in the chat, I believe. Now on the Foundry, apparently I don't think it did. With that, we'll get the quest objective. Where you can click on it and you can actually see some of the stuff, which you've already found the. So yeah, if you click on that on Foundry, it should open up a little quest thing. So you've found the entrance of the Echoing Halls, and now your objective is to recover the scale from the Temple of the Frozen Song, which is what you're in. Just give you a little thing, and then these are kind of like the shadows that are kind of guiding you, is what gave you this quest. Walking down into the chambers and going past some doors and everything, eventually you come across a massive kind of chamber that, let me give a better description. So you eventually walk down this path where it then splits into like two stairs, one going to the left and one going right. Which path do you kind of take? And all of you can smell this massive kind of iron smell coming from both of the paths. Uh, make a medicine check for me. Medicine or perception, relying on your nose, to see if you can tell the difference. Alright, Spleef. You with your smell and everything. Luca, you can't really tell what it is. It's just an iron type of smell. But Spleef, you can smell it. It's very much of like a blood type of smell. And which path are you going to be taking, the left or the right? They both have the smell. Using that same roll, you can kind of hear this like humming type of sound. You can't really tell what it is, but you can just kind of hear that coming from that direction of both directions. So which leads you to then believe the either way we go, it's going to the same location. It just is depending on what side you feel more comfortable with. But you can kind of hear that humming type of sound. Walking to the right, as soon as you get around like a corner of the stairs and you start heading down, you can see off in the distance stairs that kind of walk up a little bit, and all of you immediately get like this massive smell of iron blood, and you can see this chamber is very well lit with like a reddish hue throughout the area, and you can kind of see these metal like pipes that are going down into something. You can't tell what's in it, but you can assume that it's probably like a pool of blood of some kind. And then walking in, you can kind of see these like statues that are shooting out this reddish electric humming energy that hits these four corners of this center chamber, and inside of the center of this room you see a massive scale and kind of like a dome that is over it. I will
Is it like a
it looks to be a magical barrier, and I
have
will
some kind of force?
show you. Can you guys see it or no? Let's do. So you guys are heading from right.
It's loading.
Got your token out yet? From what it appears to be, yes. What I'll just do is I'll do this. You'll see some stuff on the side. That way you can actually get some colors and it'll look nicer. Yes, you can see little arrow stuff, but ignore those. And also the stuff on the sides.
The
Talking, if you hold left click, are you talking these?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Is
so
this,
those
like, higher
are.
than this?
Yes. Or wait, sorry. Higher than this platform or the platforms that are you're on?
Yeah, like so. Here's see this little thing right there.
Yes.
This whole section is that above us, or are these beams like these energy red?
They appear. This is connected to the ground itself. It is lifted above, and it is on the same plane as these. It's just those beams connecting into something, and you don't know exactly what. But you should be able to hear kind of like the sound and all that kind of stuff. But this is what you see currently. And in that center of the chamber, that is where the scale that you're looking for is. Okay. Uh, Make an Arcana check for me. So with the 25, you can gather that these beams are what is like a power source, and the blood itself is what is charging the dome around the scale. You can connect that; those things are connected to that dome. Looking around, I mean, you got the pipes that seem to be like pumping the blood into whatever this thing you're standing on is, and but it looks like, I mean, there's something you might be able to do. You're unsure. Yeah, so it is kind of like a crystallized structure. Make an intelligence roll for me to see if you can like decipher if there are what the controls, because it does look like there are controls on it, but you're just unsure of what they are. So with an 18, you can gather that this is very, very foreign to you. Um, you're unsure, but you see kind of like a lever that you could pull down, and you like that might be what turns it off, but you're unsure. Looking through, make a investigation roll for me. I'd say with advantage because you've gone through it multiple times. All right, responding to a message real quick.
Straight up.
Sorry, which columns are you speaking of? You're talking these ones? Yes. When you walk down into this room, it looks like it goes about 30, 40 feet up.
As just kind of walking through, just taking in the sight.
So, Luca, you looking through that book, you get to a passage. Consume tight.
I sound like a herd.
It did.
So yeah, you get to a passage that talks about Blood Dome of the Crimson Pact, and you kind of read it, and it says, "The Blood Dome of the Crimson Pact is an impenetrable magical barrier forged through the sacrifice of blood and the binding of life essence. This necrotic ward is sustained by 4 arcane contraptions, each serving as a distant function in maintaining the dome's integrity. The dome itself pulses like a living heart, Its translucent crimson surface shifts with the lifeblood that fuels it. Those who attempt to breach it find themselves repelled, drained, or even bound to its ever hungering core. So, from what you can gather, it doesn't go into like detail about that. So you're uncertain if it just goes completely all the way 360 degrees around. It doesn't say anything about that. The four sections with the levers and everything, you can kind of gather the sense that those would be possibly the veins of the conduit. They control the veins of it. But this is just a hypothetical guess.
Yeah.
So, Railcath, as you approach onto that section, you can see that those circles in the center of this going in, they are brightly lit, and you can see kind of like a flow of blood going through it in towards the center. Okay.
I'm gonna do the same thing.
And do I still
Make
see
sure your
the invisibility off?
I would say at this point it is faded for all of the traveling through and all that kind of stuff. It's you no
Okay.
longer have seeing visibility. And what were you gonna say, Conlon? Dimly
Super
lit,
bright.
considering I mean it's bright enough that it's the light of like red. And these are generating quite a bit of light in here.
I'm asking whether or not I can use the invisibility from.
Oh no, it's not dim enough that you could use that.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Okay, I want all of you to roll a strength check for me. Okay. So,
You're like,
Conlin and Conlin and Spleef, you both hit the things super easy down. The other two, however, you're struggling, and as you struggle, you feel a pull of your life, and like it's weird, like it stabs into your hand, and as blood seeps into the handle, you guys take low roll 3 points of damage as your blood gets sucked into it, and your hand is locked, and you can't move the lever anymore. You can still talk, but your hand is just like locked, and you can feel it pulling your blood from you.
I think it's draining my blood.
Okay, so as you guys are
I'm at
running,
8.
both of you take 8 points of damage as your blood's still being pulled from you. You can feel like your veins just thrumming and pulsing. And another 6 as at that point is when they reach to both of you. Yeah. But you guys are now right there next to him, and that's when you've took that 6. Okay, so you grab
I
onto.
was going to say, is there a strong grip on the handle?
I mean, it's their hands are big enough that they cover it. You could put your hand over theirs and try to pull down with them, which will give them advantage on their strength rolls. Yes, because it's still you that is pulling, and they're just assisting you. It makes it easier. So,
10, 11,
okay.
12. So that's 12. I got 12 with the guidance.
Okay, Relcath, you you managed to pull yours. Luca, you're struggling, and you're pulling down. You feel another thrum of blood get pulled from you. You take another 8 points of damage from your blood just pulling through, but then you manage just slightly and to then hit it. But you do take that little extra damage afterwards. And as that hits, each one of these which now it is dim enough that you could do your evocation.
Evocation. I'm invisible now.
But the center chamber itself, it still has that shield on there, but it is not as bright. You can make it to any one of these platforms. You can get to the center. Yeah. Because Relcath walked across one of these already. He just saw the blood flowing.
Still flowing, or is it now?
It is still flowing, but it is not a rush of blood at this point. It's more of a slow movement of blood. Yeah. Spleef. Yeah. I like how you're really far away from each other and you're just yelling at each other. I stick to my morals, damn it. Okay, so you got a 31 on Arcana. Spleef, what were you gonna do? Yeah, so, Spleef, can you hear me? Okay,
I
we'll
would
come
like to
back
go
to
and
Spleef.
just pick up a pebble and toss it to see if I can actually step on where that crystal is.
Okay, so you throw Pebble to see if you can step onto that thing. It
Yeah, and I'm not giving a lot of force, just enough to where it kind of, if there is a force field, it'll bump it and not activate super hard.
Yeah, so you throw a little pebble and it hits the little force field. As it hits it, you see a reddish like veins just go around the stone and then it just starts to disintegrate. But
Stone, we don't know if it affects the body the same way.
Spleef,
Pushing into it, as tempting as it sounds.
Spleef,
That's a good toss.
what are you doing, Spleef, with that crystal? Because you were saying something. Looking at it, it doesn't look like there's anything that could be activating it or anything like that. It looks to be kind of like a blood crystal, and it was just like possibly a byproduct of what the beam was doing. And
Okay.
with Conlin, with your 31 on Arcana, you get the sense that those blood crystals, those are straight up. It's just a byproduct of whatever blood magic was going on to power the center thing more aggressively.
It's just a stack of small crystals or just one massive crystal?
It's a stack of like a whole bunch of like small crystals. It looks like crystals, but it is just straight up blood that has been formed into this from the byproduct of whatever blood magic was being used. So you pick up one of those and then you toss it to the thing, but through this, as it you toss it, it actually just flows through it and then rolls onto the ground. Yeah, there was no effect like when he threw a pebble down at the bottom thing. There was no like disintegration or anything. It just kind of went through.
So maybe we
So it's too small of a hole for you to stick your shield into it. you'd have to do like your hand or your leg could fit into it. Yeah, a javelin would fit. Yeah. So just to let you know,
Okay.
there's these little
just
circles
died.
right here. Is also you could go to those as well.
And then the back half where I'll leave it uncovered and see if it affects it.
So you stick the javelin towards the dome. As you stick your javelin in, it goes to about halfway, nothing affects, but then a little bit beyond there, it then just snaps off and breaks. Like it just got disintegrated from that second half and then like cut in half. Okay.
Like a worm, a beetle, or an ant.
So I'd have to go back to the bag of tricks, but I believe you don't summon a creature. It's a random.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like that.
rains friendly, you and your companions and chill advantages. Okay. Yes! Throw that thing in the
Okay.
It's all like,
yeah, it's screaming the whole time. And then I would just jump across and just walk up the side here.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I just go run through there and see what happens. And he is coated.
Yeah. He make an animal handling check for me to see if he'll actually listen to you.
He's friendly to me.
You just dipped him in blood.
17!
This badger's a little frazzled, but then looks and like and starts crawling over, and then you see it just like kind of reach out towards this dome, and then just touch it, and he's like, "Okay, nothing happened," and then he starts very cautiously. He walks through, and then he just stands there. How long do you wait? He walks a bit closer to the pedestal. He gets about here, and then you see the dome itself from the inside, like blood spears just engulf the area as it just stabs through this badger like a pincushion. And then you see each one of those spikes that are through him start pulsing as you can see like blood, and then it's like a husk that is just left onto the ground.
Just sitting, like, not touching the portal, just standing there, kind of rubbing his chin, just watching what just happened. Like, he's intrigued. The curiosity has gotten the best of him.
Did you notice, Railcat, did you notice the badger might have stepped on something that caused that? Or was it just the being in there too long, you think?
Attempt to try to send in another one. I summoned from my bag of tricks.
You put a whole bunch of blood on your foot, then you're putting it into the barrier.
Yeah, I'm trying to dam the. No, I'm not.
So you try to dam the channel, but as you stick your foot in there to like try to dam it, it is still wide. It's just this circular hole that you can put your foot into. You'd have to like expand your leg to cover the channel. It's too big. So it is still flowing. It's just a little slower and it's just splitting from your legs and that stuff. It would take a lot to dam what you're trying to do.
This one here, and I'm gonna use shape water. Can I use that to push back any blood that's coming up
You
and see if that does anything?
concentrating on like shape water to like push it back because it is a liquid. You do dam it, and this side becomes more faint. The dome itself is lesser of a glow, but it is still all around there. But you get the sense that could be possible. Looking around, you're not seeing anything. Relcath, you thinking back when you were kind of looking down here at the other kind of like crystal thing, you can maybe get the sense that that's probably the secondary. You have to do something with that to maybe stop everything. Yeah, it's a
Blood around it.
yeah, it's like a moat of blood around it.
Uh,
The badger, when I put him in the blood, did he feel like I actually had to put force to because it's shallow, or did he just get dumped?
He just got dunked.
I mean, I was
That's
able
one badger
to
stat.
put my badger in there with little to no effort.
jump in. There's something in there.
Make a history check or an intelligence check.
That's a 10.
For all you know, absolutely there could be tons of things that live in blood. You have no clue. It's just like it's not unfeasible, I will say. You're doing it on the big dome or small dome?
No, the smaller.
Okay, yep, do an arcana. Yeah, so with the 27 arcana, you can look at that crystal and everything. You can see it is connected to something, but it's something below what this shield is, like below the ground itself. That would be probably a path that you would have to find or take. You do know with that roll you could overload that thing with like a surge of blood. Like you don't know how much blood, but you could gather it would probably be a lot of blood to overload it.
Blood back to me.
Not a liquid, but more of, well, I will say this. Roll an Arcana check for me. With a 7, you don't know if it is plausible. You can certainly try and see, but that is something that you can try.
Down the wall.
Okay, so you shoot your lightning lure, trying to pump
Range of
your
15.
yeah. So you're trying to pump your magic, being concentrating and trying to pull it up. I want you to do an Arcana roll for me, just a straight Arcana. This is a unique use of a
13.
spell. With a 13, you can feel the blood coming up your lightning and then going up towards where your arm is, where you cast it, your hand, and it starts going onto your hand, but not then dripping onto the ground. But you are pulling it with lightning lore up. You're siphoning it. Not at a very quick rate by any means,
Yeah.
but you are siphoning. Okay, so you do again some shape water, kind of creating a wave and pushing it into the dome itself. You can see with all the blood that you're throwing at it, the dome itself is like absorbing the blood as it gets brighter and brighter every time when you do it.
Use Mage Hand to do the same thing.
Yeah, you have a little scoop of blood and then drop it. Of blood with mage hand. You're assisting in this. It's about 20, 30 minutes go by of you just dumping this blood. The dome itself is getting really, really bright, but it's still holding on. How long do you want to continue doing this? You get the sense that your thought process is good. It's just it would take a long time to do what you're wanting to do, Conlin, with the amount of blood that was being pushed onto it. Um, Looking around, you don't see anything very like visual. Um, Looking at the pipes, I mean, some of them you might be able to break and then go like swim in blood to possibly go down. Not that you can see. I mean, these are above, like the ones on the side, because these are a little bit higher up. So, I mean, you could break it, and then depending on how you, I mean, it's possible with stuff like on these side domes, these side pipes. That is something that you could do. None that you can see. I mean, looking closely at it and stuff, you can kind of see that you might be able to break that wall to like do a more of a passage, but you don't know what's beyond it. Like these pipes.
Around.
Well, with the hammer and Eldritch Blast, with given enough time, you manage to break them. And when you break them, you do see that it is pouring out blood.
Like rising now, like almost like flooding infection.
So when it's pouring out, it's taking a little bit. It's very small, little bit is going in there. It is filling, but at the same time, it is also kind of draining. So it's barely filling, but mostly draining. Looking at the thing, it does look like you can move it a little bit, but it doesn't look like it can go like 180. It'd be more of a like a 45 degrees of like a cone.
I'm just looking to where I could potentially point it towards the crystal.
Yeah, it would not be able to go that far. With
My idea is
go ahead.
both your and Rockcat's blood was used to feed it.
That, but when I did the shaped water, was the 5 feet enough to see some kind of floor, or is it still deeper?
It's still deeper. So you do know, like when you first broke the pipes, there was some force being pushed, so like kind of pushed it back, right? So I mean, and those you can kind of like bend. They're not like solid pipes. It's more of a they can easily maneuver, like kind of like a fire hose. So as you point it towards the crystal itself, it just manages to get towards the pole, the mote of blood around it, leading you to believe that it needs to have more force, more pressure to get a little closer to then reach the dome. But you feel like you were on the right track with that.
So you put pressure on.
So yeah, you do that, and it's like in small little bursts. It would be about the equivalent of what you and Luca were doing before, throwing the blood onto it. you would need just a little bit more for it to be more of a continuous stream, but that you can see that that is definitely viable. Doing more of that, maybe from what you can gather, you just need a little bit more pressure than what it has right now. And
Let me
Relcath,
see if I.
you remember something about in these center chambers where eventually there was a loss of pressure. Nothing up there. There's no command console or anything like that.
Now is bend as much of these pipes to this part right here, and then turn those back on. Someone with a good strength should do you want to come to this one over by me?
I got you. I got you. Sometimes the walls, yeah, no.
And here, Relcath, you hold this pipe right here, and I'll hold this pipe right here to try to get it to where it would be most effectively going towards that crystal.
I'll go ahead and be standing on the console, but still holding it to where it would make sure if it did kick back, it would hit me into the wall. That way I'm not being flailed around due to pressure.
Okay. So, with Conlin and Spleef, you both are at those levered consoles. You can pull them up if you want to right now. So, you both pull those things as both of the pipes themselves rush with blood, and then both of those things are getting shot into the chamber in a rapid, like, gallons upon gallons a millisecond, just loading into it. And with Relcath and Conlin, you both feel it start pulling your blood into the contraption and take 5 points of damage. Yeah, sorry, Spleef and Conlin.
Conlin. Okay, I was like,
I mean,
killed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, wait.
Those two are getting blood pulled from them and then getting sucked into that thing, and it takes like about 10 minutes, but then that the barrier goes and then the thing gets covered in blood from the pipes. And I need both Relcath, sorry, not Relcath, Spleef and Conlin to make another strength save for me, or a strength check to try to turn it off again. This is a high one for you. It's 12 points of damage is what you take for that one, but your hand is now stuck halfway, trying to pull it down. Yours at that point, yeah, He Spleef turns off, and then the blood is like pouring out a little bit. But now it's on Luca's side. It's not as heavy, so now it's just going to that half thing. So you can drop yours now, Luca, if you wanted to.
Okay, I'm gonna drop and go assist as well. No. The gap.
Yeah, yeah. So Conlon take another 6 points of damage, and that's as soon as then Relcath kind of not. I keep saying Relcath. Spleef. Spleef then gets up to you, and now you have it with advantage. All right, with that, you see it go down. And Luca, the first thing you look at is this thing is covered in blood, so you kind of are seeing some kind of glowing runic symbols on it. And you can see under beneath because it's kind of like lifted by what looks to be like pipes and stuff that kind of go down, and then you can see kind of like a little opening where it then goes forward and goes up towards into this direction. So, which leads you to believe that it's something connected with the center. Yeah, it looks like there's a whole bunch of like pipes that are connected to this center thing that is going over.
And a bunch of runic symbols all.
Yes. So comprehend language is any written language.
Yep, the spell doesn't decode symbols or secret messages.
Device.
Do an investigation for me.
18.
With an 18, apart from like literally destroying him, no, none that you can see without it like literally breaking him off. Do Arcana, investigation, or perception. Looking at these runes, it looks to be kind of a code that you can kind of decipher that turns off some sort of blood magic pulling. Yeah, you read the patterns, kind of following the orders, until eventually you get to the last one, and you click it as you do what the patterns are telling you to do and everything. You see the center chamber just kind of turn off. As you walk in, you see a blood pulled from a corpse of a badger that has no more blood in its body. Assuming each of you are going up here. Hold on, Luca. I'll just move you up.
Yay!
Okay. Okay. Make an intelligence roll for me. Then you just kind of go to like one of the things, scoop up a vial of kind of like blood in that, and then you're like, that's probably good enough. And now I need you to do a sleight of hand to see if you can quickly move, and then place that in it. So you go to swipe the thing, and then you go to grab the scale and move at the same time. And as you move, you pull the scale, and you're like, "Wait, oh wow, that's a lot heavier than I thought." And then you try to move it for a second, and then you just shattered the vial of blood onto the scale, and it dropped on the ground. And then you did it with both hands, and then picked up the scale, but nothing seemed to happen. But here, let me get this for you. So, as you not so carefully lift the massive scale from the ancient kind of pedestal that it's on, its weight, both physical and laid with centuries of kind of a divine history to it. In your hands, it shimmers like the depth of a boundless ocean with a little bit of blood on it. Its surface kind of alive with iridescent patterns that dance like draconic script. Ancient cryptic writing ripples beneath its kind of watery sheen, as if it accumulated wisdom of ages of were imprisoned within its gleaming facets. And you all kind of get this sense when you're like looking, and you all hear this. It says, "Behold the scale of Ayun." A voice seems to whisper in the resonance of your mind, soft as the lapping of waves, yet resonant as the long forgotten incantations. Shed by Ayun, the great Leviathan, propagator of all dragonborn. The scale bears the essence of both the primordial seas and the fiery breath of dragons. Its surface is cools like the deep ocean one moment, and then in the next, in your hands, it kind of warms with the passionate heat of dragon fire. The scale is roughly the size of a shield. Its kind of jagged edges crackle with latent divine power. It excludes an aura that is both welcoming and kind of foreboding, a promise of unimaginable insight, and a warming of the heavy burden that comes with such a power. It calls to those who seek to understand and unite the scattered threads of dragonkind. And you get a name of Orthrix, much like Orthrex once did. Yet its divine gift is not without cost. attune yourself to its mysteries as the whisper continues. And you shall gain the tongue of dragons, the flavor of their kin, and the fortitude of the ancient deep. You will find within this relic the power to breathe underwater, to withstand the cold of 1,000 winters, and to perceive magic in its truest draconic form. Gazing deeper, you discern that the scale of Ioun holds a reservoir of mystical kind of like charges, a wellspring of forgotten power. Spend but a single charge and you might converse with any dragon or aquatic creature. 2 of these charges will allow you to unleash a chilling breath of cold. 3 might reveal the legends of dragon history. And 4 could grant you communion with an ancient spirit of dragonkind. Moreover, once each day, the scale may invoke a sphere of peace, a haven where all dragons, regardless of origins, are compelled towards harmony, their tongues freed of conflict, and their hearts steadied by a common vision of unity. Yet with each grand gift comes a curse. Every significant use of its powers demands a test of your resolve. A wisdom save against overwhelming visions of a brutal dragon war, echoes of ambition and ruin that threaten to upend your mind. The scales tug at your souls, drawing you inexorably towards deep waters, a place steeped in draconic lore. Its presence will not go unnoticed. Both allies and adversities of dragons drawn by its ancient call will sense the relic's awakening power, and though it may guide you towards the prophecies united of dragons, it also binds you to a destiny that is uncertain as it is profound. The legend also cautions only an unfiltered council of dragons or a return to the primal waters from which Ioun first emerged can ever hope to destroy this artifact. Until that time, its legacy etched into the annals of dragonkind and the very fabric of creation will persist as a beacon of hope, a tool for peace, and a reminder of the cost of divine ambition. And as you cradle the scale of Ioun, you realize that you now hold not merely an ancient relic, but a weight of a millennia, a legacy that may yet reshape the fate of dragonkind and the world beyond.
We did it.
Gotta kill it. Into the fires. Here, you're dumb enough. Why don't you try to make a save?
Okay.
Nope.
No cast will walk up.
It's gotta try it.
Not yet and not here. To run into.
Cast.
Put it under my shield.
Cast another sea invisibility.
Okay, you cast a sea invisibility, And as you look around into the chamber, you see where Conlon is walking towards a group of individual people. And as they notice that you've noticed them, they become uninvised. You haven't rolled initiative yet. They're just getting
I'm just
prepped
getting it
for
ready.
stuff. So, then see as they reveal themselves, you see a not necessarily familiar, well, to two of you, but the rest of you, not. Okay, technically three of you. You see a kind of familiar looking woman that was in the Frostwatch outpost. That individual you recognize as Nocturna's right hand individual, who then speaks up and is like, well, thank you for finding this location for us. It was a bit of a harder thing to find, but you guys managed to find it very well. This is an interesting location. Noctura would very much love to see this place and know why there's so many blood around here and what this blood is all for. So, I know you have what we're looking for. Now the question is, which one of you has it? I need you all, as she's kind of like looking over you all, I need you all to roll a deception to see if you can deceive her, to see which one that... She's doing an insight against all of you, basically. Looking over all of you. Well, team. So what's all of your guys' rolls?
Perception.
Yep. Yep, we can hear you. So you got 19 for Spleef. What is Relcath? You said 16 or 18?
18.
18. Conlon, what was your roll? Sorry, say that again. 12. All right, and Luca, what is yours? 17. She looks over all of you and then over towards kind of Luca for a moment, and then she turns over to Conlon and is like, she smiles a little bit. Huh. You look more nervous than the rest of us. That must mean you carry what I seek. As you hear her speak, as you see this individual right here, this weird looking, shadowy type of creature, all of a sudden, I need to go to select Bix. See it just kind of vanish from your view. And these, kind of like a pack of what looks to be like some fiery, hellish hounds, stick them. That's what she says. And then we roll for initiative. But Spleef,
6.
6 for your initiative. Relcath, what was your initiative? Alright, Conlon, what was your roll? So, at the beginning of the round, Luca, you are up first. So currently, where all of you guys are at, you all are around in this chamber, minus Conlon, because Conlon walked up ahead, so he is at the front, really close to them.
I see it. They're all right here.
Yep.
Okay.
And one, like, that shadowy figure was right there, but he went invisible, and only Relcath can see it right now. And for Relcath, for your knowledge, it's right here.
Oh no.
30. Yep, 30 feet of movement. Misty Step is 60 feet. Yeah, you can Misty Step 60 feet. So you are about 20 feet up. Yeah, but you can Misty Step, you can literally teleport like at an angle and still use the 60 feet to go somewhere.
Like if I use 60
Yeah, you would be able. Yeah, you'd be able to Misty Step there, as long as it's within 60 feet. So that's 45 feet. So 60 feet is all the way to here.
There.
Yeah. So that's right. You did not take a long rest, so you do not have full spell slots.
Just
Yeah, well, warlocks, you get your spell slots back on a long rest, yeah, or short rest. Okay. Which one?
is it more?
It's kind of like a pack of dogs. And which one are you targeting? This one or this one? The left one or the right one? Okay. 15 beats it, so you hit it. For your first beam. Force damage, correct? Yes, 22 does hit. Yeah. Yep. End your turn. See this big kind of, I guess I can just show you the image. These metal kind of machine looking things with a whole bunch of arcane symbols all over their bodies and everything. See it kind of sneak over behind this wall so it's out of sight from you guys. And then Conlin, you see one of its hands reach up and then just lift itself up to the center right here. Make it about to there. And he's going to do dash action. Get right next to you. And then that's going to end its turn. This one is going to go over, touch Zephyra onto her shoulder, and then you can see this kind of arcane dome go around her and itself. And then that ends its turn. Relkath, you are up. Warlock spells come back on a short rest. So you would have had your Warlock spell slots back. It should be your packed magic, whatever. It should just be 2. So you'd have those 2 back from when you did the resting and healing up with your hit points and that kind of stuff at the end of last session. Because it wasn't long enough for a long rest. Talking which one? I mean, there's a lot of people. The invisible guy, yes, he's right there.
Guard thingamajigger, is it considered 3/4 cover?
It would not be considered that. It's more of like a small little thing. You're still easily half over it, so. Because you can see it, it's not at disadvantage. You do crit on Eldritch Blast. It's a hit, so it's a critical hit if you roll the natural 20.
I did. This is a 28 hit.
Yes, a natural 20 does crit. So yes, it does hit. So roll one more d20 to see if you can get a brutal crit. Just do a custom roll. Yeah.
It's okay, it failed.
Alright, so just crit damage for your first beam. Now your second beam, because I believe you have 2.
Another 20!
Okay, roll another 20 to see if that's a crit, a brutal crit.
It's not.
Okay, so both of your beams crit, but none are brutal crit.
Yeah.
Points of force damage. First one and then 18.
And then another 18.
It's took some heavy hits from those 2 beams, but it's still up. It's still invisible. It doesn't appear to be like a kind of concentration type thing. It's just something innately that it has that is making it invisible. But it is still invisible. But all of your allies saw some beam just hit into something right there.
You got this. What's another sentinel to another sentinel violence?
Which gives him what? Which it gives him a d6, a d4.
Yes. D6.
You have a d6 on attack rolls and saving throws. For once.
Go ahead and try to gain some distance. That way, I'm not hit by. Hiding underneath the wall here.
Yeah, so you're coming down kind of on that side and just being on the wall.
I'm trying to be in that crevice right there.
Okay.
Basically, just trying to give myself more cover and be a coward.
Okay, that's fine. I'd say with that, you would have 3/4 cover.
Okay. I do or don't?
You do have 3/4 cover,
Okay.
hiding in that corner, being down behind the wall.
Okay. Thank you.
it is Zephara, or Zephra. Her turn. Beyond, don't be stupid. See her start casting a spell to herself. And then something real quick. Concentrating as she casts haste on herself. And then she is going to target Conlin. Conlin does a natural 20, so that hits. Let's see if I can get a brutal against you.
No.
She didn't cast that on her. The machine next to her did. Which, thanks for reminding me that, because he is also concentrating. Oh, yeah, it's something, it's something completely different. It's not a brutal. But you see this kind of dark, purplish, greenish energy blast shoot out towards you, and you take 34 points of force damage as it hits you. Then need a pad so I can keep track of some stuff for her. She is going to spend some sorcery points to quicken a spell. She quickens the spell, and then she's going to She will then do the same thing towards you to see if she can do. That's a 15 to hit. I'm pretty sure that misses.
I don't know.
Okay. So that one misses.
Stupid bitch.
And she's going to walk over there. And then that ends her turn. This hound, this group of hounds is going to this hound rush over, and then when it goes about from 20 feet before you, Luca, it pounces towards you. I need you to make a strength saving throw for me. You are prone. It doesn't count. This is a save, because it like pounced onto you. It's like a big dog just jumping onto you. So yep, you are prone, which means it's now bite against you. Has advantage. It's a natural 20. Let's see if I can get a brutal against you. That's not a brutal. So total is so 19 points of piercing damage as it bites into you, and then a total of 15 necrotic damage. And that ends its turn. This thing. So, Relcath, you see this shadowy kind of figure just vanish from your vision, aka Misty Step, and then you don't know where it went because you're currently cowering. Conlon, as behind you, does a 19 hit. So its first strike against you misses. Second strike is a 27. Does that hit? That is 10 points of slashing damage and 7 points of psychic. Dead, unconscious? You are unconscious. Just on this thing. Fall prone, you're unconscious, and then it kind of and then it seeps back into the shadows. This dog. Yeah. You see this kind of like hellish pack of hellhounds kind of run up towards you almost. Don't get quite to you, but you can see it like release this fiery kind of howl towards you, and I need you to make a dex saving throw for me. Okay. Take half damage. So 14 halved, so you take 7 points of fire damage because you saved. And then that ends its turn. Spleef is up. That's probably the thing. There you go. No, just maybe there. If you just ping on where you want to go. Where'd you ping? Yeah, I think so, because you're not moving on my end. Yeah, I wish I could do this in person still, but, you know, stuff happens. Doing the one to the left of you or to the right? Okay. A 15 meets it, so it hits.
Okay.
Bonlin, you are up. You are currently prone, so take half your movement to get up. I figured that's what you were meaning. And where are you putting this
Solid.
spiritual weapon? There. There you go. There's your little spiritual weapon. It's a little animated, okay? Look at it. It's swinging around. You're attacking the big machine next to you. That misses. It just hits into his armor and then just nothing. Luca, you are prone. It takes half your movement to get up. And you have... these dogs are just like kind of like pounced on you a little bit, but then like as right next to you, it's not a grapple. They didn't grapple you or anything, so you still can get up. The ones right next to you. So there was a decent pack of them before. There's probably about 2 1/3 of one. So like one of them is on like it's the front half of it almost. So it's looking pretty hurt. So yeah, I'm assuming you took half your movement to stand up. Or are you just still staying prone? Because it's not.
Well, I'm thinking right now, because isn't it where like I can't use anything up close otherwise?
It's at disadvantage.
It's at disadvantage since it's right up on me.
Yeah, any spells. Melee weapons, no. Unless if you're prone. I believe if you're prone, then yes. Attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of creature. A prone creature's only movement option is to crawl unless it stands up, thereby the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls. Yes. So if you don't stand up, you'll be at disadvantage on all your melee attacks, and you're already on disadvantage on all your spells.
If they have to take a reaction.
No, because you're not leaving their attack range.
Stand up.
Yeah. And you have multiple free charges of Misty Step. You can do that and Misty Step.
What?
You can attack and then Misty Step out. So if he Misty Stepped, it would take it. I'm assuming he would Misty Step and he'd still be in that same prone condition. So he'll still have to take half to get up.
Okay, I'll just let it down.
Yep. Making my way. From where you're at to that back wall, it's 40 feet. Okay, so you have 15 feet of movement. 15 feet.
Okay. This.
Okay. To hit. Yeah, that hits. It's looking bloody.
Natural.
Sucks. Your second blast goes wide. So that ends your turn. This massive machine. Spiritual weapon is concentration, right, Conlon? Just make sure that I put that on you. Conlon, I need you to make a intelligence save for me. Okay. Conlon, you lose a spell slot of your lowest level that you have available. And that ends its turn. Again, Colin, I need you to make another intelligence saving throw. You're the only one that he can reach. This other person. Alright, you lose another spell slot of the lowest level that you have available. You get the sense that these machines are designed for spellcasters. Well, it's all that you have available. So. Well, Kath, you are up. Get up there.
Yeah. It still says I'm in the wall. Thank you.
No, it doesn't count for any movement. Minus the little climbing up. I'd say 5 feet.
Do I see the ghost thingy?
You do. It is still right next to him. Ox twiddling his thumbs. He's
doing the boss music.
Yeah, exactly. He's playing the boss music right now. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Okay.
He's occupied.
How's it go?
Because he was just drinking. From you all the way to that back wall is 70 feet, so.
Oh, okay. So I can catch you.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay. Okay, where are you summoning it? I didn't see
I
it.
don't.
Left side of Conlon.
Left side, so right here?
Yes.
Okay. Small mind flare. Mind flare is really medium? Wow, wow, yeah, they're actually that size. That just seemed weird to me. It looked a lot
Okay.
bigger in Baldur's Gate. Also, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Say it's about that size.
Inspiration to.
And you're concentrating, right?
Yes, I am concentrating.
And remind me again how that spell works. Is it
So
if you lose concentration, it just becomes like pretty much an enemy to everything? And does it have to do a save on every one of its turns? Go to D&D Beyond just in case to just have it up so for reference.
good. I read a lot of it because I was just like, okay, what's the best one for the best situation? Here's 5 that you can summon.
So it lasts 1 hour. AC is 11 plus the spell's level, so what level did you summon it at? Okay, yeah, that's true. So 15 is its AC. Hit points is 50. Yeah, the Eye Ray, Psychic Slam. It's a spirit. It's not like an actual. Okay.
When you know, I can't see invisibility, can
No.
I? No. Okie dokie. It's gonna go ahead and do the psychic slam to the creature.
So I will say, because you can see the creature, you can tell it to attack to that location, but his attack will be at disadvantage because he's attacking a blind creature. Okay, so roll to hit with disadvantage for that. Its bonus is equal to your spell attack modifier. So you roll a d20 and add your spell attack
It's
modifier.
9, I believe.
And this is at disadvantage. Yeah, but the damage is 1d8. Plus 3 plus the spell's level of psychic, so plus 4. So total plus 7. 22 does hit, and that is with disadvantage? Yep.
Yes, because I got a 19 and a 14.
Alright, so yep, that hits, so roll damage. Yes, equal to half your spell's level rounded down. Yeah, so yes, you can do 2. Oh, you're good. Okay, so that one misses. So 1 hits, so
That one
roll
does
the
miss.
1 damage. So it's 3 plus the level of the spell, which was a 4, so it'd be a plus 7. So 1d8 plus 7. 8 plus 7. Unless if you rolled a 1.
It's 8 plus 7, so
15. So your spell save. What's your spell save? 16? Okay, so. And you said it was a wisdom, right?
yeah.
So the invisible creature fails. Let's go to she. You wasted my natural 20 on that one, but it saved with a 19.
Okay, so the aberration takes 9 psychic damage.
So yeah, the invisible thing takes 9 more psychic. And that ends your turn, I'm assuming?
Yeah, that should end my turn. I'm sorry.
No, it was a good turn. It was a good turn.
Yeah, it was needed.
Bumping up. Wow, okay. So,
Sounds excited. Be afraid.
I am. By the way, guys, I've never used this spell at all, so I'm actually quite excited for this. She kind of steps out a little bit, and I need, as she starts to generate this casting of the spell, she shoots it towards Conlin, and I need Conlin. I need Spleef and Relcath to make a dex saving throw as she casts Chain Lightning as it ricochets off and goes to the nearest enemies. So I need you guys to make a dex
See
save.
if Conlon gets a bonus real quick. Do I have disadvantage because it's...
No, you don't. It's just your straight up your dex save. Okay, and then Relcath.
You can see me?
The Chain Lightning is just it's ricocheting going over and hitting your top of your head. You're only in 3/4 cover, so it's just going to the closest thing it can. And
She could also use the dogs to probably see you too.
They can't see me.
it's just chaining two entities. It can reach you. And that's just because Spleef was just happened to be within 30 feet of you. So you save, so you're gonna be taking half, Relcath. Let me go, and I'm looking at her thing real quick. 17 failed. No, you're taking full damage. Oh, yeah. It's going to be 10d8. D8 of lightning damage. Wait, I rolled the wrong dice. Hold on. I'll redo that. I rolled 10
For some
d10s.
reason,
8. My good sir. That is 26 points of lightning damage to the ones that failed. Half of 26 would be something. 13. Okay. All right, I'll you just ignore that damage, okay? Even though lightning, follows a chain path like that, that's a little weird to me, but that's fine. Yeah, I was thinking of it as like a chain. It hits one, and then ricochets hits another, and then the other one ricochets and hits another. That's how I thought of chain lightning.
I was worried about my concentration. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I think for the future of like chain lightning and stuff, that's how I'm gonna probably roll it. Is it hits and then it's 30 from the second target, and then the third target is when it ends. Nah, it's fine for this one, but just for future references, that's how I'm gonna be rolling it. Then she's going to back into her little spot. And that's gonna end her turn. This puppy dog. Gonna run up to its prey. I'm pretty sure a 9 misses you on its first attempt to bite you, right, Luca?
Yep.
Second attempt is a 16. Does that hit?
Yep.
Yeah, you can reaction shield to make it so it doesn't hit you. That ends that one's turn. Visible thing. Okay, you see it appear right here looking at you. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me. For 10, that's a failure. So mark that you have disadvantage on saving throws versus magic. All magic you have disadvantage on for saving throws. For 1 minute. As you see, like, this kind of curse energy go over and seep into your bones. And then that is going to, and then he's going to, how much feet of movement? Going to run away or hover away, or you lose sight of him. Going behind this. That ends its turn. Ish puppy dog. Gonna take 1 step, 2 steps back, rush, and then jump towards you. So that means, Relcath, I need you to make a strength save for me, as this hound just jumps up onto you. Yep, it can jump 20 feet. And so, you're like hanging onto the wall, and not through like spider climb or anything like that, right?
It's spider climb.
Because what this does is it knocks you prone. So I'm just trying to think, you'd be prone on the wall. So you are prone on the wall, and because as it's like falling down, I'm only gonna say it only gets 1 of its bite attacks against you. That's a 14 to hit. I'm pretty sure that misses, right? Yeah, so his bite kind of misses as he falls right below you. And then that ends its turn. And then Spleef is up with Conlin on deck. Conlin, you are unconscious. Oh, you didn't go completely down? I might as well be. Looking a bit frazzled. So, I will say Spleef with the Mind Flare type thing right there, you won't necessarily go past it. Even though it's an ally, you could go past Conlin's space, but not that creature's space. Because that's has a chance of not being your ally. Yeah, but it's like it's taking the space. And I don't think a Mind Flare would be like, oh, please step aside, let me let you go through. You know? 'Yeah, which, I mean, it's the same difference. It was just thematically. Yeah. Even though technically it's an ally right now, I don't consider a monster would be polite enough to let you go through. 24 does hit. You can roll damage. Yes, a 24 does hit. You can roll damage. One extra point of damage. Yeah, that hits. Assuming that ends your turn. So, by the way, when you took the Chain Lightning, Conlin, I need you to make a con save with disadvantage to maintain concentration on that spell. No longer concentrating. And Spirit Guardians is gone. You get the sense that being near these machines is not good for spellcasters. If you have Warcaster, it would have just been a straight roll. That's a fail. It's going to use its reaction to transfer that damage over to Spleef. Spleef, you take 13 points of necrotic damage. It's your turn. From the looks of it, it looks about 2. And one of them is it's looking very bloody at this point. it's looking bloody. Yep. Using their reaction to do so. Yes, it does, because it's still a ranged weapon. You'd have to get, it's like firearm expert or something like that allows you to shoot it within 5 feet. Pull out your Dusk Reaver, swiping. This is your first time using it. Describe to me what it looks like and what it does. Even though I know what it looks like, but for the rest of them.
It's a few.
Yep.
It does have a +0 though. Is that just because my strength is +0?
Yes, because it's using your strength modifier. And which means you're technically not proficient because it would have been a +4 with the weapon if you had proficiency with it. But for this instance, I'll allow you to be proficient with it because it was gifted to you.
Okay.
First attack misses, and now you have your bonus action.
Let's go.
He's making a big, huge. Using a big, huge thing. So that's your bonus action. And does that end your turn? No, you should have your full 30 feet. Yeah, you weren't knocked prone. Alright, this... Up there. Yep. Yeah, yep, that hits. That was almost a natural 20. No, you don't. It's this thing right here. A 17. That misses. 8 points of damage. You see, like, kind of this electricity kind of like spark from it. But
Kind of looking like Ultron at the beginning.
yeah. Let's go for that. It is going to. Yeah. I need you to make a intelligence save throw for me. That's a fail. You lose a spell slot of the lowest level that is available. That's going to end its turn after. Yeah, you just don't know where it is.
Nice.
And then now that ends its turn. This one. Walks up to. Goes up the stairs to. Spleef. Gonna attempt to punch you with his fist. You see it kind of like. And then shoot out kind of towards you for a moment. Yeah, it's Spleef, this thing's trying to punch you. With a dirty 20, does that hit? Misses. And then that ends its turn. Relkath, you are up. You have this dog kind of nipping at your feet while you're prone on the side of the wall, so it'll take half your movement to become unproned.
Do I remember seeing where the shadow went?
You saw him walk over in this direction, and then you lost visual of the invisible creature. But that could just be because of you didn't see him walk throughout that way or anything like that. So you get the sense that he's just hiding.
Here.
Okay, so half to make it so you're and then go there, because for some reason there's a wall. So say that takes 5, so you have 10 feet after that.
Do I see him?
You see like a bit of a shadow, kind of like right there, just an invisible creature. He is in 3/4 cover from you.
Okay.
Just because of where the line of sight is with this pillar there, you can barely see him. Okay. Cover.
One's 23, next one's 15, so I'm assuming the second one.
So the first one you said was what? Pull out the calculator real quick. That 23 does hit. But the other one doesn't. damage. You have 10 feet of movement, so you won't necessarily be able to. You can use 5 of it to get back over to that wall. So,
Go.
I'm rolling to hit for it.
Just trying to get that all. I'm gonna go ahead and head back to where I was.
Okay. Find me what that does.
That attack rolls against me.
Okay. So it's a straight roll. It has pack tactics, and there's a group of it next to it all the time. So it was attacking you with advantage this whole time. So now it's just a straight roll. So you're gonna do a beam.
It's just a physical attack.
Okay. Okay. To hit.
19.
19 hits.
And I'll go and roll the next hit that he does. That misses.
Okay. So 1 hit. Yep. D8 plus 7, I believe.
Damage.
Take that 9 damage.
It's gonna be.
Okay. It is. No. The Frith kind of hover, fly up over to here a little bit. But not really a fly, it was more of a teleportation. First one is she's going to shoot at Conlon. Attack is a 29 to hit you, Conlon. Take 9 points of force damage on that one. Down. And I hate this thing sometimes. It doesn't show stuff. Down, unconscious. It's an attack, a spell action. Spell attack. ranged spell attack. And then her second beam is going to go towards Spleef. With a 26, does that hit? That's 14 points of force damage to you, Spleen. Then she, with her hasted,
Correct.
yeah, it was force. For hasted action, their stupid combat encounter stuff doesn't actually tell you the spells and what it does. I have to search up the spells. Alright, bear with me for a moment while I look at spells. Alright, so Luca, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me. As you see this individual, the spellcaster, point her finger at you, and you see this green necrotic energy shoot out towards you.
Who is that for?
To you, Luca. It's a Constitution saving throw. So you save, so you're taking half damage. Alright, so you see her point out a finger to you, casting Finger of Death, which is a 78 plus 30 necrotic damage. Because you saved, you're taking half. So that's total of 56 divided by 2. So that's 28 points of necrotic damage. Okay. I will say in this moment, because technically, okay, Okay, so yeah, you're unconscious. Okay. Conscious, then that ends her turn. Had to take a dash action, but it still made it. And then you see it goes over to Conlan's body, and it takes a bite from the scale and is start moving. And it's dragging the scale over. Pulls it from your shield and is moving it. And it goes to about there, and then that ends its turn.
I did a dash action as a bonus action?
Yep. Yeah, it had 100 feet of movement. These things are, they're fast dogs.
I get that, it's just I thought it used its action to do the dash.
I always say dash action, but yes, it's the rogue's cunning action. And that's why I get confused, because they call it cunning action. This one... to...
Was the scale underneath Conlon?
He said he put it under his shield. Which, as he fell unconscious, it was more likely mostly visible. To Spleef does a 28 hit you, Spleef?
But I might be able to. Oh, yeah, that'll hit me.
Okay, so you take... Oh, this is not a good one for you.
That much or what?
The damage. Okay, so you take... It is... It was 61 points of damage in total. As it's an assassination advantage on this. This is why this thing's so disgusting when it's invisible. Doesn't have that much hit points, but it's 61 points of damage to you. And half of that is... 30 points of it is psychic, the other 30 is slashing.
Psychic. And how much slashing?
30 slashing. Because it used its assassin's advantage, it can't go back invisible. Are you just drawing lines everywhere, Redcat?
Yes.
I can see.
Drawing lines. I know I don't have much stuff going for me, but yeah, I'm not drawing lines.
I was just making sure I was still 65 feet away from him.
They do have a under the tokens tools. They have a ruler that you can just click and drag. That way you don't
Yeah, that was
make.
the ruler.
No, you did the.
Raid template.
Yeah, don't do the templates. It's literally under the token controls. There's a literal measure distance option under there that you can look.
Okay.
That way you don't constantly draw a whole bunch of templates. This dog is going to jump and take a bite at you, which is most likely gonna miss. Yeah, with an 8. Yeah, that misses. Second bite is a 12. That misses you. If he gets his health back. He does. But Spleef, you are up. You are being flanked by 2 individuals. The shadow thing that just stabbed you in the back for a buttload of damage.
Does the shadow thing look super injured?
It's looking really rough. Yes, it's very bloody. If it was bloody. 28 definitely does hit.
Okay. It's 13 damage.
Radiant on it?
No. It's just
You cut it and it just vanishes into the shadow. You cut it in half, it is no longer in existence.
Good to do that.
A 25?
Yep.
I need you to make a wisdom save for me.
oh. 21 pass.
Yes, it does. You are attacking her.
Okay.
So,
So 25 hit.
yeah, 25 does hit. Yeah, roll for damage.
And using my final spell. B. Should be strong against that. Where is it? D8s are rolling like shit. So Shining Smite.
So 7 plus.
So that's plus 4 radiant.
Yeah.
And now, any attacks against her have advantage.
Yeah.
How long?
He maintains concentration.
Yeah, the concentration.
Okay.
So you're a concentration.
Yep. And then that's all I have. Actually, how far away is Rokath from me?
Rokath is 50 feet. And you also can't see him at all.
That's 3/4.
Yeah, 3/4 you can see maybe a part of his head peeking out. I'll say that.
No.
But you have it until you use it. And it's for saving throws and attack rolls. Does that end your turn?
Yep, that's all I got.
Alright, Conlon, because you are unconscious, roll your first death save. Okay, you succeeded on that one. Luca, roll a death save for me. Great D20. Well, it's a yeah. I roll above 10. Okay, that's one failure. That ends your turn.
It did a movement, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't hit.
I'm not gonna put him right here, yeah, but this is technically where you've been doing you going up and down, so it's standing in your place where you would normally go, and it's gonna attempt to punch you. That is a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 12 points of force damage. As it's a magically inclined punch hits you. You're also
Oh, crap.
not prone. But then that ends its turn. This one is going to take a punch towards Spleef.
Yep.
With a whole whopping 14, I'm sure that misses.
Yep, that misses.
For his bonus action, he's going to try to shove you.
Okay.
Do your strength versus its strength. Yeah, it's just a strength check. Or you could do a strength or acrobatics. That's a 7. As the thing tries to shove you off, but it has no effect. But then that ends its turn. With Relkath, you are up.
Okay, I just had one quick question. Did she roll for her concentration?
Yes, she saved. Yeah, she just had to beat a 10. Which, for her, is impossible to fail.
Action. I'm going to be doing a Misty Step.
Okay.
Is my Misty Step 30
Misty
feet?
Step is 30 feet. I can move you. So you're wanting to go right there?
Yes. And the dogs look really bloodied, right?
Yeah. This one's looking hurt.
I'm going to go ahead and... Kicks and giggles. I'm going to use Eldritch Blast. Both blasts at the dogs.
Okay. Roll it to hit.
$13,
First one misses.
$13,
Second one misses.
attack. I am going to move to this side of the dogs,
Okay, if you can do that.
and then the beast will come over and attack them as well.
How much movement does the thing have?
30.
30. Okay, yeah, I can reach to it.
And he's going to go ahead and attack, and he should have advantage due to
For flanking. Yep. Hold on.
For me rolling at advantage or no?
No, I just had somebody at my door.
Oh.
He brought me
You gotta
food.
be kidding me!
11 misses. That hits.
Okay.
His second attack hits. Damage. D8 plus 7.
Damage.
It's looking really rough, but it's still there.
I think that's going to be my turn.
Okay. And your, the Mind Flare thing, that is concentration based, correct?
Yes.
I don't know why.
I had concentration.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why that was off.
It probably got taken off when you got rid of prone.
Probably, yeah. So, please remind me what you did to her.
Shining Smite, so any attack against her now has advantage.
Okay. See her vanish from that location. And then appear right here. First.
Did she teleport or not?
Yeah, it was a teleport, not a move. First beam is going towards you, Relcath. And that is a 21 to hit.
Miss.
Okay. Second beam towards you. That's a dirty 20. Misses. Her hasted action, first beam against you again. That is a 25 to hit. Does that hit? Okay, so that is 19 points of force damage. And now I need you to make a Constitution save. See if you can maintain concentration. You just have to roll higher than a 10.
18.
Okay, so you're still maintaining concentration. Her last beam attack against you is a 23. Does that hit?
Do the math again. Yeah, it hits.
Okay, that is 24 points of force damage.
And what is she hitting me with?
It's force damage.
So she's hitting me with Eldritch Blast.
A different version of Eldritch Blast, yes.
Okay.
So you have to roll higher than a 12 to maintain the concentration. Managed to barely hold on. And it's her turn. Well, actually, she's going to
4 and what?
19.
It's 19.
Yep.
Okay.
And then it's the dogs that are right next to you. Puppies are looking around. They're going to do a bonus action disengage. Go straight over, and then with their action is handing the scale over to the chick. That's their turn. That bear's dead. This puppy dog. Gonna jump 20 feet. Gets right there. And rush that far. And then I need Relcath, I need you to make a dexterity save for me.
$15.
You save, so you're taking half. So 18 halved.
Okay.
Then that ends its turn. Alright, Spleef, you are up.
Which I can do besides hit this guy here. So I will take attack action. It's 14.
14 misses.
Okay, 28.
That hits.
Teen bludgeoning.
Okay.
To push it 10 feet.
Okay, so 5, 10, falls down. Someone roll me 2d6s.
My foundry froze again, and it might be my whole laptop.
It is still maintaining concentration.
And then I'll be moving towards the mage.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you can get, you only have 30 feet, right?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, so you can get straight to where Conlon is.
Okay. And it's an action to stabilize, isn't it?
I'll allow a bonus action, or you can do Cure Wounds. Okay, a bonus action to stabilize. I'll allow that.
Yep.
So, Conlon, you don't need to make a death save on this go, because you've been stabilized. Luca, I need you to make a Constitution save, or a death save, not a con save. And you're up with 1 hit point, and you have your turn. Half your movement to stand up. So you wake up, you see just to the left of you a pack of dogs that just handed the scale over to the mistress. Or not the mistress, but you know, the chick. And she's right there next to you.
I mean, they're in the throes of giving her the shield.
Yeah. They're in the thrills of giving the scale over to her. Yeah, because he rolled natural 20. So yeah, it's half your movement to stand up.
Wrap the shield, and then Misty Step and anything he's touching would go with him.
It would be an action to try to grab it from the dog, which then it would be a save on the dog's part.
Touch it. He doesn't have to pull it from.
True. But it'd be a rough thing. I mean, certainly something you could try. Because the dog will try to avoid him touching it. And it wouldn't be like he can grab it and then Misty Step. It'd be like as soon as he gets a hold on it, he's Misty Stepping. So if the dog manages to get it out of his hands, he Misty Steps not with it.
That's the dog.
No, because Misty Step only teleports you and what you're carrying. Or wearing, basically. So it would be... I would probably base it off of like a dex-based sleight of hand type of thing. How fast you can use your action to get a hold of it, Misty Step, and the dog will be doing a save against that.
Well, here's the thing. What it says at will with my Find Familiar. Does that expand a spell slot?
So at will doesn't do a spell slot. It's just for Find Familiar, it takes time to summon your familiar.
And it's one action.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Kay. We'll just do, to make it more simple and not complicated, we'll just do a dex roll. So just a straight dex, and it'll be your dex versus their dex.
Okay. 30-20.
Dirty 20, or natural 20, sorry. So, no, you don't manage to grab it with their natural 20. But you Misty Step. Where do you Misty Step to? What a freaking play. That's crazy. That's 50 feet. Misty Step's 30 feet. So you can go right next.
60.
Is it 60? It might be 60. Sure, why not? We'll just throw it there. I think it is 60. That makes more sense than 30. So you Misty Step there. You have 15 feet of movement that you can walk. And you still... Because you weren't successful in grabbing the thing, I will allow you to still have your action.
I will go right there. It won't let me move. And I'm going to... I'm going to attack her
Okay.
with, let's see. That... I'm gonna use Witch Bolt at level 2. Level 2.
Okay, second level witch bolt.
So
It's a hit.
that's 19.
19. I need you to make a wisdom save throw for me.
18.
Okay, so, yep. Does go through and not get reverted. Averted. And you said what was the total to hit? Was it 19?
19.
Okay, that hits. So you can do your damage.
That is 20 lightning damage.
Okay. So she gets...
You're to hit with advantage, right?
Yeah, because she... Yeah. Just
I
to see if you
totally
can't
forgot.
get
Well, I got her
a...
anyway, so.
Well, just to see if you get a natural 20.
Oh, I guess you're right, yeah.
Okay.
I got 21 though.
Well, the 20 still hit. So your lightning shocks against her. Didn't do as much as you were hoping it would. And I honestly, I don't even need to roll her for her save, because she would just have to hit a 10, and she can do that. Even with rolling a 1, so... So she saved on her concentration, but now you have a beam of electricity going from you to her.
Yep, and on each subsequent turn, you can take one bonus action to deal 1d12 lightning damage to the target automatically.
Concentrating on Witch Bolt.
Yep. It says damage on subsequent turns. Is that my turns or just every turn?
It's every turn for 5 rounds or whatever, how many rounds there are. You can use your bonus action, I believe, or an action to just do lightning damage to her. Thing goes over, gives her touch, and now he is concentrating. And then that ends his turn. This one crawls back up.
Great concentration.
No, he's still concentrating. Yeah, he just had to beat 10. His lowest one that he did was 11, so... Action to just get up to Spleef. Alright, Relcath, you are up. You have a dog right here.
Their ass, Railcast.
Got a lot of concentration going. So, Relcath, what you doing?
Trying to think on how to do this. Because I can't cast magic at her, so she's impenetrable to all magic.
Well, Luca just shot at her and hit her with magic.
Not for as much as we want.
It was lightning. I mean, I will say with using your guys' passive perceptions, you can get the sense that when you did damage to her, it kind of a little bit of portion of it went over to the two other guardian things. Made it so she was more resilient to that type of stuff. And now it looks like there's two of those kind of like arcane shields around her now. I don't believe you would. Because if you're not a fighter or anything, you're a... It's like it should say in the... under your action section. Attacks per action 1. So you only have 1 attack action. The only reason why she has
to.
to.
It's a little crazy, and I'm
Okay.
potentially breaking the rules, so I have to ask permission, I guess.
Okay,
Right.
shoot. Shoot, what is
I
it?
was planning on going to the center here, going 15 feet past the wolves, doing lightning lure, pulling her into 10 feet into the circle, then moving and then doing my bonus act using Misty Step to turn on the crystals. Would you allow me to attempt that?
Interesting concept.
You would have to make the saving throw on
A
strength.
strength, yeah. To be pulled, and that would take your action.
Because then I would then back away to where I'm able to teleport here.
To where?
I'm trying to... At the one on the far left. And I would then use a Misty Step to get over there to pull. Would I be able to do that while she is still being dragged into the portal? If it worked.
I will say you can give it a shot. It will depend on certain things, because like with her strength, but you would be teleporting, and I would say it would be until your next turn is then when you could activate the thing.
Okay, because that's what I was asking, is whether or not I'd be allowed to do it. So
Yeah, I would allow you to attempt to do it, but it won't be in one turn. It would have to be 2. You're good. We will be ending here shortly, though.
I figured as much. these are the only enemies on the field, right?
Yep. There's this one, that one, and that one. And most of them look really, really rough. Minus the main chick.
So has she actually grabbed the shield yet?
She's... And the dog is in the process of handing it to her, so she hasn't grabbed it yet. All of this is going on within 6 seconds. Luca wakes up, grabs, tries to teleport, doesn't manage to grab it in time, while the dog is reaching it out to her.
Right as it's running over and Luca then does his teleport out, I'm going to use Adri's call. Adra.
Hunger of Hadar?
Yes.
Okay, which is, how big of an area? 20-foot radius?
Yes.
Okay, and where are you setting it? Here.
Just making sure it doesn't attack allies.
Well, I mean, you could then put it, like, around here to avoid getting the allies.
If I could get it to where it hits both the dogs and the sentinel, I'd be happy.
You'd have to set it here.
That'll work.
Right there. To get everything that it wouldn't get Conlin or Spleef.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a concentration, so you would drop your Mind Flare.
Yes.
Okay. Your Mind Flare is no longer there, but the Hunger of Hadar goes up. Which means
That just
they're...
make it not allied.
That, it's a spirit, is from what the spell said, so
Yeah.
I would assume it just disappears.
It would disappear.
Yeah, it's not like the warlocks summoning a demon. That makes it so they are in magical darkness.
It doesn't do any damage, though.
It does that on their start of their turn, though. I mean, it also makes them blind, but you guys can also not see in it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then I'm gonna go 10 feet up, and then I'm going to Misty Step to the crystal area.
Okay. So I would assume you're going there.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm preparing to flip it.
Okay. So that ends your turn?
Yes.
You all hear within the darkness. What's the save that they have to make for taking damage?
I don't think there is.
They just, it's the Hunger of Hadar. What's the
Any
damage?
creature that starts their turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends their turn must succeed a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, so the first roll your first damage for the cold. Because they'll take the cold damage.
Max damage of 12.
So the one dog that was biting at you, you hear whining and pouting as that one dies. This dog that's handing over the thing, and this is on her turn, so she's grabbed it at this point from the dog.
Even though she's blinded.
Yeah, she was reaching out towards it on her turn. I mean, she knew where it was. And you also get the sense that when these dogs were moving, they were communicating in some way. That's why they were somewhat of an intelligent creature. They were communicating with her. Well, for that, just taking 12. You hear within the black, tendrily black mass. Well, thank you all. It's been a very wonderful pleasure. I've managed to grab what we've needed, and I will bid you adieu. As you hear her enchanting, casting a spell of teleportation. With none of you being able to have line of sight on her, because she is in darkness, and you guys can't see through it, unless if you have Eldritch Devil Sight. Do any of you have that? Without anything, no resistance of counterspell. It's one action, it's teleportation. It's not teleportation circle, it's literally teleportation. So, and that's instantaneous. As soon as she finishes the cast, which is instant. She said that to you, and then, poof, she vanishes away. Well, you don't see her vanish, but she's no longer there. Seventh level. 7th level spell. A 7th level spell.
Spell.
Chain Lightning is a 6th level spell, is what she did that for. And then Finger of Death, that is a 7th level. She has 2 7th level spell slots.
Okay.
So that was her last one. You always want to save one high level spell for that stuff.
So that means she's a level 20 wizard.
She's high. Yes.
Yeah, 4 left. 2 spell.
Yep.
Don't worry, I put a tracker on the scale.
I get it.
Big play move. What if she had the piece that we had earlier, not the actual scale?
Well, Conlon doesn't have that. That would have been Relcaf that had it. I believe, because they were arguing about that, saying we could switch. But you are still, I'd say with what there's left, it'd be easy enough for you guys to finish off the rest of those. So I'm not gonna have us do that whole thing. But yeah, so it's easy enough that you can destroy the rest of the things. That is where we'll end today's session. Sucks that she got away. Even though, I'll just say this, above table, even though she is level 20, her hit points are under 100. They're in the 70s. You guys could have done enough damage to easily kill her. Because of where you're at and you were right there, you got to the scale. You didn't manage to succeed in it, but you will level up. But just keep point of what your hit points are down by. Make a mark of that. because when you level up, you'll get, you know, your more hit points, but then minus from your maximum what you were down now. But you did level up. Yeah, Luca, yours is easy. I just was at 1 hit point. And then Conlin, they could easily get you healed up, get you to 1 hit point, so